Alright, look, I promised myself yesterday I was going to stream, and I'm going to. What I want to do is, I've been doing some amateur radio work in the background, and I'm hoping to get a video with my Chromebook out in the not-so-distant future, but I am entirely spinning my wheels on it, so one of the things I want to do down the line is do more experimentation with data modes on ham radio, and more specifically AX25. The Linux kernel has an entire amateur radio routing stack, and I kind of wish I had I had my face cam working. I don't tonight, unfortunately. Alright, yeah, so I think everything's coming up. So realistically, we need to install Linux on some VMs, and I need to figure out how I'm going to cross-connect the audio. This is something I've been kind of thinking about for a while. I'm also debating which OS I want to use. I think Debian is probably my best bet. I've basically been using Debian for most, if not all, of all the major Linux things I've been doing as of late, because Debian's where I got started, and hey, we're up to 2 viewers. Nice. Debian's where I got started originally, so as a platform, I pretty much know it better than anything else. You know, that works. I don't know. I've been having so many problems with Content ID in my last several streams that I just basically took a bunch of tracks that I've used in my videos and made that the new music library. I have the Kevin McLeod ones. So Debian, yeah, it can be installed automatically. Yeah, that's fine. But let's do expert mode, because I want to change some of the settings here. So alright, so the host name of this one is box1. Because essentially what I want to do is I want to try making it route multiple machines back to back. So I don't know what I should call the host name. I guess it's going to call test VM1. Like, you know, good enough. That realistically should all be fine. I'll give it a little bit more memory than that, and we'll give it 2 cores. Yeah, that should do it. So this should be Debian VM1. Hit the net install image, and we hit finish. And VirtualBox has this really nice feature these days where it will just unattend. I believe Hyper-V has the same feature as well. It's become much more standard, but I just really appreciate it for what it is. All right. So now that we've got that going, let me get the scene set up. Assuming it'll let me choose that window. One of the biggest problems I have with Streamlabs is sometimes some windows, like the VM one, does not show up. And there it is. Sometimes I have to fill the settings several times over to get it to actually work. And then I can do fit to screen. Yep. Hey, Devilous Pig. It's been okay. you know, in some ways, moving out to the West Coast has been... It's like waking up from a really bad nightmare is the best way I can describe it, and then just dealing with all the other things that have been buried underneath. So, all right, so now we've got this basically going. The goal I basically want to do is, like I said, I want to be able to bleep packets from one to the other. So I think what I want to do is I want to set direwolf here, and the StockX Aster would basically work for this, because I want to make sure I can get packets from point A to point B without any real issues. The part that I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to handle, I know I can route it through the Linux AX25 stack, and that's something I'll probably do at some point. But I also want to see, but I think the easiest thing to do is just cross-connect PulseAudio. PulseAudio can send to an RTP source. So in theory, I can send audio from machine 1 to machine 2. Now the downside is that most amateur radio stuff kind of hates working with PulseAudio, and it's not completely unjustified either. I also know there's ways to do this with Jack. I've never used Jack, so I don't know if that's better or worse. Maybe chat will know. So you use Jack to send audio. So Jack connection kit. So maybe Jack is actually the way to go. Take from one piece of software and send to another. So if I want to use like Jack on Debian, how do I actually do so? Because Jack might be a better way to do this than PulseAudio. So I have to install the JackD package found on AV installations. Can be used to quickly change interconnections between program inputs and outputs used for complex routing of sound and control signals with MIDI. All right, so maybe Jack is actually the way to go. Like, I get rid of PulseAudio, I install Jack 2, and then we'll see if that actually helps things. I've never used NixOS, so I have no actual thoughts on it. I'm just, like I said, I'm kind of mentally... I have mentally been not in good place for a while. I think it's the melancholy that comes with closing a chapter in your life. I mean, 13 viewers for this time of night is not bad. I just feel like I am... I think what it comes down to is, like, everything I've made as of late, I just don't like what I'm producing. And it's having a real knockdown effect on my life. Like, a lot of things in my life are going a lot better than what they have been in a long time. But conversely, I'm finding... I really did wish I set up the face cam for this. I bought a mount for it, although, admittedly, my room where I am is kind of a disaster, so... I'm not going to let good be the enemy, perfect be the enemy of good. And I actually think we're going to have to set up 2 separate VMs, because I really need to see how this works in a 2 VM setup. All right, I'm going to stretch my legs. I know I just started the stream, but I just started the stream with no prep because I wasn't going to do it otherwise. I just had to take the plunge. so give me a moment. I'm back. Sorry for stepping away for a moment. I won't run SID, but I understand a lot of people do. If you just want a rolling release, SID's not a bad one to do, although understand that SID tends to become pretty stable, quote unquote, as a release comes clear, because generally speaking, people try not to upload packages as a Debian release approaches. I think the other problem with doing an unintended installation is I wasn't able to customize it. Yeah, it's like... I guess what it comes down to is I just don't know what I want to do with this YouTube channel anymore. I started this channel as to have something to do for the pandemic, and it ultimately led to me being able to start a new chapter in my life. But now I don't know what to do with it, because on one hand, I live by the philosophy is that you should always pay things back. On the other hand, the channel, what it ended up happening is I ended up accumulating just crap all the way through. I hate to just use that term, but I've got boxes of things that I realize that all I'm going to do is offload at events and such. I couldn't bring myself to throw them out, but I also I'm never going to use this again. So it's the start of a long downscaling process that I started before leaving New Jersey and just kind of continuing all the way through. It also doesn't help that I'm still traveling a lot. I'm living in Portland, Oregon, but I'm not going to be here at least for a lot of the time. So next Wednesday, I'm going to be AFK for a while. I may or may not be able to be streaming, but I'm going to be down to my laptop at that point and maybe the Chromebook. So I'm not sure what that's going to boil down to. See, but that's the thing though, is I did the channel because I had no idea what to do. I was biking across the United States when the pandemic hit. My life had kind of hit a note. So I decided just as a one-off to do the video on Windows 1.0, and I wrote an accompanying article, and I had nothing else going well for me at that point. This was May 2020, April 2020, and the pandemic was just the latest blow in what had been a long and drawn-out pain. It's the thing is, though, trying to pivot a YouTube channel tends to not always work so well, and I'm not even sure what I'm trying to do post, going forward. I know pass in January, I'm going to go back to school. At this point, I have the money to do so. It's something I would have liked to do quite a bit of time before this, but I simply could not. And and what do you do when your entire career was forced upon you because you would have been considered a disappointment to your family if you didn't do it? I mean, that's why I was in tech. I've always been good with tech, don't get me wrong, but it was to deal with the fact that there was no one in my life when I was a kid. And ultimately speaking, I was forced into continuing it as a major and then taking a job when that came. It was not my choice. It was my choice in a sense, but when being told that you would be a disappointment to the family if you didn't do it, and then being told you should leave school and take the very, very prestigious, quote unquote, I put that in quotes, but it did actually seem like a dream job at the time. I finally got away from the person that had forced this situation upon me and had just run rampant through my life for decades. And I don't know if this is the thing I should be venting about on stream, but it's a lot of why I left New Jersey. Being out in Oregon is the first time I've actually been able to live. I'm still spending, essentially, I have a lot more financial stability here, and I don't have to deal with that. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm bringing up right now. I've really been putting a lot of thought of what I'm going to be doing with content going forward. Like, I've been thinking about doing stuff with the Linux AX25 stack. I might actually end up be doing that to do something with the compact portable because, and that's something I do actually intend to test. I first want to see if I can get direwolf to do keyboard to keyboard. I'm assuming this will work with actual radio, but I have never actually gotten this to work. And more to the point, if I'm going to do AX25, I might as well go the full Monty and actually route flipping IP over amateur radio. You can do it. I actually have an allocation. I have a 44. I have a /20. Yeah, I think it's a /28 of 44 net address space. I declared it for radio usage, and I want to actually do it because, you look on YouTube and there's basically Dallas Pig. It is and isn't. The thing is that what got me to here was a leap of faith. I basically decided to YOLO it 2 years ago. I didn't know I was going to end up in Oregon, but alright, well, we got that installed, so now we can duplicate it. See, if Jack works, I can simply install Jack on my Raspberry Pi, plug the radio in, and then suddenly I can use Jack on, because I know Jack exists on Windows, and have it all just kind of magically work, which would be kind of amazing, actually. Alright, so let me make this window smaller. Alright, so let's do a little preliminary work, because I'm going to just clone this VM. Like, I'm not actually going to, alright. so let me install terminal. Yeah, so that's annoying. I might have to log out and log in for that to take effect. Almost certainly. That's weird that it didn't put me in sudo errors by default. That must be like something with VirtualBox's pre-seed file. It's just that I'm not in the right group. I should be fine now. Or not? I forgot how you make it reload. Like, I shouldn't have to... What the hell did they do here? Yeah, I'm just gonna reboot it because at this point I'm starting to lose my mind. Does VICD work on the groups file? I really... Oh, there we go. Alright, so... Hey, that's happy now. Alright. Can I VI sudo... Try to remember how you set... I just want to make it no password. You know, I don't actually care that much. Alright, so if that's the case, I believe direwolf is actually in the repos. It's just a very old version of it. Yeah, it is. And I also want to grab Jack. So for Debian, I gotta close a bunch of tabs down here. So I can actually see here. So yeah, so install the Jack 2 package. So yeah, so let's do that. So sudo install Jack D2. Yeah, you can give real-time processing. It shouldn't actually matter. So, I'm assuming I have to install that. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. Jack connection kit. So now we have patch bay. So, I'm assuming this is basically any application I want. So I want an input socket. I'm presuming, yeah, so start. So yeah, so Jack server's running. Oh yeah, I probably need to reboot because Jack would probably shim itself under ALSA. So it can quickly interchange. Hey, 27 viewers, not bad considering it's like middle of the night. Alright. So, does this mean we have like actual audio? And more to the point, alright, you know, I gotta do this initial SEP or it'll never leave me alone. Thank you. So, dark mode. Alright, so Q Jack control. Alright, so Jack is running. Playback devices are in use. Alright, so what's listening to the playback device? Remove pipe wire. See, I have this horrible feeling that doing this with trying to do this with PulseAudio and pipe wire would just like. Oh, and it just removed GDM3. Yeah. See, this is why I don't really want. This is why removing Pulse breaks so much crap. I think the actual answer here is we install a different desktop. TNC sound modems are used in amateur radio to convert. Basically, they're amateur radio versions of a regular modem. Back in the old days, hams used to use bell chips. They basically used to use integrated circuits to turn ASCII characters into bell tones and transmit them at a rate of 300 or 1,200 baud. These days, we do it with sound modems. There are some diehards that will do it with real modems, but we basically just do it all in software. Direwolf is a program that accepts what are known as AX25 frames, which is the de facto link. It's the layer 2 protocol of amateur radio, and turns them into noise, and turns them from noise back into actual packets. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to loop back 2 instances of Direwolf so they can blast packets to each other. I've actually done this over radio, but I've never done it in a VM, and I've had problems due to AX25's transmission timeout rates. Plus, I also want to just see if I can use Jack for this, because right now the radio is plugged into my Chromebook. I'm going to move it over to a Raspberry Pi. I was just waiting for the magical cable to actually do that. So, hey, excellent chef. Wow, we're up to 37. All right, so I'm going to actually edit this. Well, let me see if Jack is actually viable, because if Jack is actually viable, then like maybe we'll do something with it. All right, so there's the reboot. Hey, now it looks like my Raspberry Pi. I gotta be honest, though, I really have been thinking, like, my experiences with the BSDs, that is, if the hardware support was better, I'd probably use them more. Alright, so is Pulse running? Yeah, of course Pulse is running. You know, I feel like I'm really trying to fight round peg, square hole here. Because ultimately speaking, PulseAudio has been the standard for this in a real time. Like, is there a page on making PulseAudio and Jack play together? Huh. So it is actually possible. Hold on. Actually, there may be a better way to do this. So install PulseAudio module Jack. I have this horrible sensation this is not going to work the way I want to, but let's just see here. So we go to setup, execute script on startup. So what this command does is it basically sets up all of Jack. Okay, so let's try that. Yeah, so what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to make Jack available to Pulse and something. Yeah, a lot of things there just basically broke. Okay, Jack starting successfully. Did this command even work? So, okay, detail the answer below. Yeah, like half of these say that you add the config file, half of them tell you to do something else, and I'm like, so why is this? Okay, so failure, module initialization failed. Module jack sync, channels 2, module initialization failed. I'm assuming PulseAudio doesn't actually have a log that tells me why it failed. Like, that would actually be flipping useful. Did I put this in the wrong lane? I think it's maybe it's after startup that has to go in. So on startup, okay, so it's after startup because okay, I see. So the Jack module has to be loaded after Jack is started. So we apply that, break the dialog box because this software is fascinating. We now hit activating. And why did it stop that time? If I want to list syncs, is it yeah, it's PA control list syncs. Or PA control get sync. You really, I guess, info. Here it is. Default sync. PA control suspend sync. And that tells it to stop pulse there. And then that should let this bind. Oh, well, that almost started. Default server already active. Wait, is Jack already running? Oh, it is actually already running. Okay, so Jack is already running. All right, let me see what chat's saying because maybe chat knows. Well, Jack is apparently running. The timeout rates, depthless ping, the timeout rates are in stone. They are actually part of the protocol. There's a requirement of how fast the radio can switch from transmit to receive. Part of the problem was that I was using Vox for this, but even with changing out the equipment, it's still been having problems. And there's also aspects of this I'd like to be able to debug without actually having to do radio stuff. So Jack control server start. So Jack control start over DBus. Okay, so hold on. Set default command, Jack out. Like, you can do this with Pulse directly, but the way you do it with Pulse is Not fun. Let me see here. Does direwolf actually support Jack? Because if direwolf directly supports Jack, then you know what? I think I'll just yeet PulseAudio. Let me grab the direwolf user guide. Here we go. And I'll throw the link to the user guide in chat. Let's see here. Best results. Linux AX25. Nope. Data. Linux also all platforms. Here we go. Alright, so apparently I have to download the file because GitHub only shows you the first, like, 5 pages of it. Audio devices. Linux also devices are much more flexible and therefore much more complicated and confusing. Here's a simplified version. Get list of output, input, multiple USB devices, take effect. Yeah, and it has absolutely, like, I know for a fact I can put in the config file, tell it pulse, and it works. Where's their... They say they have a book on radio interface. Yeah, because I look at the direwolf manual, which I have it up on the other screen. You'll definitely want to read the separate document, Radio Interface Guide.pdf. All right. Oh, because of course it's in a different folder. All right, so I'll drop the link to this one as well, just to show what I'm actually reading. And you know what? We'll just change the view over because I kind of feel like I'm going to be staring at this for a while. All right, radio interface guide. So, push to talk. Yeah, so easy way for USB interfaces without push to talk. It really just wants to use also directly, which frustrates the hell out of me. Because I'm using USB to trigger the push to talk on multiple different things. See, this is probably what my issue is. Baofeng transmitter stays on after release. Let me see what that says, because that may actually be... This is, of course, not the document I actually need. I need the real document. Disable the STE setting. Okay, so that's actually a good thing to know later, because that would actually let me do... You know what? I just had an idea of what I want to actually do first. Like, I just had a major brainwave. I guess it's not going to go full screen. All right, so the brainwave I had is if I simply want to test it from 2 separate instances on the same machine, I don't need I don't need to route it just yet. I can just run 2 copies of direwolf. I can use the dummy output in Pulse to test this. Alright, let me just get it building direwolf, because I'm going to need that, so blah. Hey, Anonymous Freak. Not Canada, hey? Not Canada indeed. if you ever wondered, this is what the hardware TNCs look like. They're basically a box. They have a serial port out and radios coming out of it. So, all right. Gotta appreciate how little software actually comes out of the box. Alright, so git clone. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. I need to get some tea and, like, my head's a little bit... I need to try and get my head screwed on a little bit more straight. But at least progress. I have returned. Alright, built target. So installed all the config files and the everything. So what I need is a very minimum test config. Now, from what I remember, yeah. So let me. I don't think I can SSH from this machine directly, or actually, maybe I can. I don't remember if I have password authentication enabled. Yeah, I don't. My key's on here. Hey, Isavoff. I completely butchered that. Isa Voss. I've always wanted to visit Brazil, one part of the regions. I've never made it to South America. I used to, and I still kind of do have a dream of traveling the full length of the Pan American Highway, and whether I succeed in that or not, who knows? All right, screw it. I'm just gonna copy like here we go. We get. Yeah, this file actually has surprisingly little in it, so. Actually, I just saw something there. Hold on. Was that what I thought it was? You can also specify UDP in an optional port for input. Something must be different must be specified for the output. Right, okay, so you can't actually do that for the output. Alright, so channel 0. Call sign K2JRT 14. So most common, see, the reason I want to test this is I have this reason to believe that there may be issues with encoding audio. Like, if I just do it as PCM, yeah, it should be fine. But at some point, I want to see if I can actually route this audio through asterisks. So I'm trying to get the most minimum test case actually working. So let's just try 14. We'll try 14K. No push to talk. This is going to be half dupe. I think it's half dupe. I think the rest of the file goes away. Like, for what we're doing, we don't need a lot of this file. So if I now do that, technically this isn't a half duplex link, it's a full duplex link, but when I do I just didn't realize they installed so many files at the start of this directory. Like, telemetry balloon. So I would actually I have actually would really like to watch launch a wire balloon at some point. So there is that. Yeah, so direwolf is already running. What's the setting for half duplex? Oh, it's full dupe off. That explains it. Okay, so if I do this, direwolf, see direwolf config. It's now ready to accept an application or a KISS TCP client on ports 8000 and 8001. So what I really want to try and do is a modem-to-modem AX25 link. But let's try being a little simpler before that, because I'm probably going to have to run 2 copies of JNOS to make that work. I also, at some point, want to play with the Linux AX25 stack. I don't know how easy or hard that's going to be, but I've got to start somewhere, and this is where I start. Alright, so we have this now running. Let me now open new terminal. Direwolf. And we put you on the next set of ports like that. And what I want to do is a device pulse. The other one should also be on pulse, but I guess your ports need to be higher. There needs to be more port separation than that. Why does it keep saying address array in use? Unless there's like a hard-coded, it is possible there's a hard-coded port. So I just do that, and we just skip it. So now we have 2 instances of direwolf running on the same machine. Now, if I plug in the dummy module into PulseAudio, PA control. Alright, so PA command, load module. Module loopback. Okay, so first I need a null sync, apparently. So null sync name. Because the sync is where audio goes theoretically to die, and then I can loop it back. Alright, so sync name equals dire sync. PA command load module loopback sync dire sync. Alright. So now we have our 2 instances of direwolf. We have null output. Oh, actually, apparently there's something called PA prefs. Oh, that's how you actually make that work. I knew there was a network server somewhere in PulseAudio. Now I know how to actually make that work. So how do you connect to other network devices? So enable network access, simultaneous. Like, does it all just magically work? Or actually, no, you know what? I think multicast is actually what I want, because... Okay. So why are all those options grayed out? Okay, so apparently this is a bug in PA prefs. I need strace. Because I'm reading a bug report about this in Ubuntu, which makes me think that this is also present in Debian. strace, PA prefs. Oh, that didn't quite work. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Debian renames the Pulse directory. Yep, and look, now I have sound preferences. I really should... I don't know. So I could do this with more... Yeah, so RTP, sender, receiver. Create separate audio device. That said, I think I don't even have to go that far. I think if I can... I probably... because if I can just send it with RTP, that really makes it simple, but how the hell do I configure it? I presume that this is send on fixed port, send audio to local speakers. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading some documentation on Pulse Audio on the other side. Because this seems like... No, like I said, it's... The fact of the matter is Pulse Audio... This isn't just a Debian issue. This is also in Ubuntu, and, like... I had problems with Rocky when we had it installed, and it's like... Do I really want to learn an entirely different system that... Whatever. I just don't know if this is the right answer or the wrong answer, because I'm assuming this is going to edit my configs, or do I want the network server? Network access to local sound devices do not require... You know what? Why don't we just try this? And... I mean, this I could do locally. Allow other machines on the LAN to discover local SAN devices. So, like, is that all I actually have to do? Actually, you know what we have to do? We probably have to clone the VM. Yeah, you know what? Let me power this off. Yeah, we can do a link to clone. We don't need a full copy. Because that means I can always delete this one. So I think the only thing I actually have to do here is change the host name. So let's change the network config here. Because I kind of want you on just... You're on what? NAT? Yeah, you're on NAT. Kind of want you on internal network. Oh. No, I don't want you to power up. Okay, so now there should be the Debian VM should have 2 networks. So we'll have to just configure the second one, and then I can bring up the other one, and they should all be theoretically able to talk to each other. ... question mark ... Be nice if it would auto adjust the input size. There we go. Well, that helps. Yeah, so now we have 2 wired connections, so now we just need to configure the other one. Ethernet, just curious, what do we actually... Yeah, we have all that there. Create device, that's the second one. Okay, so they're now... So both interfaces are configured. It just only seems to be letting me have one up at a time because, of course, that's how this works. Link negotiation. Alright, so what happens if we just start up the second VM? Because that should make the link go hot, theoretically. Or maybe I just have to configure it by hand because Network Manager is... Like I said, this is why I'm just gone to the point. Like, even if I switched over to Rocky instead of using Debian, I still have to deal with Network Manager or whatever they're using over there. It's like, you don't escape from the inherent brain damage that has become modern Linux. Because the idea, you know, Windows identifies network devices with globally unique identifiers and names, something they've done for throughout all of NT. Realistically speaking, Linux has been hack upon hack upon hack to make this work, and I appreciate the simplicity of what Linux does here, but it really... Let me see here. So, does that make it happy? Like, will you... You are now connected. You are now connected. Yeah, it won't even... I don't even... Okay, so I can ping across both VMs. So let me fix my scenes. Auto resize, auto resize. So let me make a duplicate of dual VMs. So that's one VM. And now let me get the other one. So can I duplicate this source? No, apparently I can't. I have to add a completely new source. Screen capture. No, I want window capture. Hey, there we go. All right, let me just get these sized. All right, chat. I think that looks pretty good. I mean, I could probably do better than that, but I think that's as good as that's going to get. All right. little darker. The reason it's a Windows host is I need my graphics card to work with DaVinci Resolve. I got sick of having to fix it every like. All right. So do you see? So you actually do see the other. I need to change the host on this side, but you do actually see it. Now, I have no reason to think that this won't work, but... So if I open direwolf on this side, and that's good. Now I open direwolf 2 on this side, and we now open Pavel control to cross connect them. So direwolf is sending its audio. I want to send it... I really just want to send it to built-in audio analog stereo on KD2JRT. And you're going to... So we just if I look on this side, like... Yeah, KD2JRT on this side. So, all right. So, if I was to send a packet on this side, it was going to come out here, and it's going to go to built-in audio on KD2JRT. And we are listening from the monitor source on KD2JRT. So that's the patch on this side. On this side, we want direwolf to listen to the test VM2, and it's going to listen to the audio source over there. So those two should now actually be able to talk to each other, but I need to throw some software on, like, honestly, it's probably just easiest to use Xaster, just because I know how it works. Because I don't need this to do any real anythings. I just need it to make packets go bleep, bleep, bleep. I guess I need to install this over here, too. Oh, right. That's going to be a problem. Shit. That is actually a problem. You need to be... I think you need to be on NAT. I do have a wired connection, so theoretically I could just do bridged, and then I guess you have to be internal network. right, let's start that back up. Oh, I just realized, are these now capturing the same VM since the other one quit? Yeah, it does actually look like that. Come on. Definitely having some fun screen capture problems tonight. I keep wanting to type password in the username field. Okay, so we do have audio set up. We have audio mixer set up. Output devices are good. So now I just need to fix the network. So that's established DHCP and wired network. So do I have internet now? Yeah. So now, assuming I've done everything properly, I should be able to blast a packet out of this one, have it decoded on the other one, and then we could do something about seeing either going keyboard for keyboard or trying to route 44net packets. Also, I don't know why this window has such a deep shadow there. It's like that. Oh, that's part of the background picture. I really should change that photo. And, you know what, just to make these VMs look a little different. Wow, there is absolutely, like, no variety in wallpaper at all. I can turn off the wallpaper. Okay. So we write xaster. That's fine. We can just say no call. Because we just want to connect it to our test interface. Interface control. You know, this is direwolf 2. I need to change these port numbers back to what they were. Yeah, there were multiple reasons why I stopped using it as my day-to-day, but it really came down to is I got tired with the amount of crap that broke with every update. At least with Windows, I don't have my entire everything break every time it upgrades, and I've daily driven Linux for almost 15 years, probably even 20 at this point. It's not getting better, it's getting worse, and honestly, well, that beeped a packet out. Alright. So yeah, it did actually try and send that packet out on the interface. So now we need to do the, can I cross-connect everything? Oh, you probably have to be listening to the monitor of built in. Okay, so I see. So it's built in from. So yeah, this is basically deciding where it's going to. So if we do the monitor like that, and then I bleep a packet. Oh yeah, look at that! It actually did hear it. Reduce station's input audio levels too high. Because it went out through there. Let me turn that off. And we just reduce that slightly. No decode. Oh, interesting. Do I actually have to... Yeah, I actually have to have it unmuted. Yeah, so apparently... Yeah, so I think I want this, like, all the way down here. Now you're not being heard. Too low. Maybe right about there. Hey, there we go. No warning that time. So yeah, we actually I mean, bare metal TV, I have considered doing it for amateur radio usage, but the thing is that for actually trying to use your GPU, it's just kind of a sad. I mean, I don't know what else to actually describe it as, but yeah, a sad. All right, so we now have packets going one way. Now, I want to see if I can actually get them going the other way. You know what, let me, so while we're over here, and while that's installing, let me, turn off modifiers. I don't have any turned on. Move my station here. Yeah, so we have no call and no call 0. So, all right. So we do it on this side. We basically just want to do the same and make sure we can send packets between the two. So your interface control is, again, that. Start all. You're good. Transmit. Okay, so there's no decode on that, but where did it actually try and send it? Okay, so playback. I do not appear to be able to redirect the audio in the other direction. Yeah, I can't move the sound device on this system. So I can do it one way, but not the other. Oh. Nope, that's not what I want open. Pulse Audio Network Discovery. So client server steps, PA prefs, make discoverable pulse audio network devices locally, network server tab. Can you only to support going in one direction? It might only support going in one direction. If I close direwolf on this side. No, it doesn't seem to make a difference. I probably need to disable authentication. Because, see, I've heard that this doesn't... I've heard that module native protocol TCP doesn't actually work very well. And I'm like... I am legitimately wondering if I'm going to have to do something else, because I'm sort of blanking on what to go next. Detless Pig, yeah, it's active radios. I have the actual radio plugged in. I don't have it set up on this client. Like, if I disable, hold on, if I disable transmission control, yeah, disabled interface, I can tell it to connect to the actual real radio, just to give an idea of what I'm actually, like, what the real thing actually looks like. Synthwave. I'm assuming that's listening to APRS. I might be wrong on what the actual radio is listening to right now. It might still be... Oh, yeah, actually, the actual radio might be off. Let me go flip that switch. Alright, so I now have that listening. I suspect it's not actually hearing anything because I think multiple things have broken at once. Although it is actually... Oh, yeah, no, it is actually seeing it. Because I just saw a new station pop up. So yeah, if it here's a station. So if I go to all stations, like it just heard this one over the actual radio. But right now it's not hearing anything that actually is putting out position reports. So if we do hear anything, it'll end up on the map. Or should end up on the map. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why I'm hearing a station. Why am I hearing a station that's saying that it is in... Yeah. I don't know why we're hearing that station. You can also hear all... These are like all the local radio stations that I'm hearing. So I'm hearing this weather station. And so I can actually see that it is now 15 degrees centigrade at this station's location, which isn't too far from, like I said, I'm roughly in this area. No, the requirement for not requiring, the requirement on encryption is actually very specific. It's to prevent it. That is actually treaty. Because amateur radio is not designed to be a replacement for telecommunications. It's designed to be it is the same type. It's what the internet was originally based off. Because the original internet required you to be with work for an organization. There was no anonymity on the internet until the 90s. So the idea is yeah, and right now I have transmission control disabled, but I am a licensed amateur, so the plan here is I want to be able to do a packet, actual rate packet, which is stuff I can do with vintage computers easily enough, and at least like do something with them. And if I can get the Linux AX25 stack working, I can even route AX25 packets, which actually is quite relevant on making this whole setup work. But I also need to figure out if I want people to be able to connect to this directly, they're either going to have to be able to connect to it through... they either going to have to live in the Portland metro area and access it through a digipeater, but that only works... Well, you could do more than APRS, but you shouldn't do more than APRS. Yeah, so the question is, why can't I hear it in both ways? I am feeling like... Because the option disappeared here. Meanwhile, we go to the audio mixer here. And like, if I disconnect these... Yeah, nothing. You're connected... Yeah, you're connected on both ends. So, Detless Pig, the thing about APRS is that that's also the protocol used to talk for amateurs to talk to the International Space Station. I actually tried to do so earlier today. Now that I think I've got all the kinks out of, at least most of the major kinks taken care of. You know, I'm just going to reboot this VM and I'm going to see if it comes back in PulseAudio. If not, I'm going to have to actually think about this. So I saw an audio source like show up momentarily, and then it disappeared. I honestly don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, see, it still doesn't even want to connect to Jack. Permission not required. You know what? Let me disable that real-time setting, because obviously that's giving it issues. Obviously, that's something I'm going to want, but it's quite possible with Debian I have to do something more to make that actually, like, you know, function. Alright. So start. Hey, that time it actually started. Or, well, it looks like it's trying to start. So that time it self-connected, could not connect to Jack as a client, server communication error. Cannot connect to server socket. It's not running, cannot be started. It, of course, doesn't give me like a single. It doesn't give me a single message telling me why it can't start. Right, then hardware can't be acquired. So now it says Jack is running. Quit. Okay. I think I did something that made it work. I don't know. I killed PulseAudio. It might have successfully started. Can't tell. Could not connect to Jack as a client. All right. Let me move my windows around slightly just so we can get a better view of what's going on. Because I gotta think about... I'm wondering if just using FFmpeg to just send the audio via RTP is the sanest option at this point. Hold on. Transform. Fit to screen. And then you... I'll just put down like that. I really just wonder if routing as RTP is the way to go. Like, if I want to actually do that, what does that actually involve? And more to the point, yeah, you know what? Let me just figure FFmpeg send audio RTP. Oh, that doesn't actually help me. Streaming audio with RTP. So if I do FFmpeg like this and just kind of bleep it. Okay, so that's AAC. That's a little scuffed, but that should actually theoretically work. I just need to give it the right IP. Now over here on the other one, So, all right, so you're listening there, you're listening there. No, of course not. It's not going to be that easy. So here's the setting, the latency, RTB. Invalid data when processing output. Okay, I am... Nothing. Unless I just send it to UDP, because I also know that direwolf can receive that. I don't know if it actually does anything. Yeah, no. All right. So, okay, apparently I need to give it the... Yeah, I have to give it this file. Alright. I don't think I can copy and paste between these machines. Can I SSH between them? Protocol RTP not on whitelist of... Apparently protocol's not on whitelist. Oh god, I'm actually... I was doing this with RTMP before, but that has its own sets of issues. I might have to actually... And like I said, I hadn't actually tried putting packets through it. Yeah, Detless, there was a thing about UDP there. It's meant for using with our web RTCs. So here's the thing about doing RTP... Let me try VLC, because apparently VLC will handle these somewhat better. So there is the stream option here, so I can just use it to like send things. I want to open a network stream. A description is required. V0 in no name. Like, I don't even get why this is giving a security warning. It's just like... This is me trying to figure out how to do stuff for amateur radio in the near or not so near future. The problem is at this point I'm a little bit stumped on where to continue, because ultimately what I want to be able to do is route audio packets from point to point, perhaps through asterisks. There is something called All-Star Link or ASL for running radios through asterisks. I don't know how it works well enough, and I realistically don't know if I can send data packets through it. I'd like to be... I also, if I was like to set up a BBS, I'd like to be able to have people be able to connect to it, but I'm not sure how I'd manage to do that as of right now. I'm imagining a WebRTC thing would work, but I need to kind of just brainstorm. I think I'm actually going to take a break right now. I'll be back. I'm back. So my thought is that PulseAudio probably doesn't support being both a client and a server at the same time because, of course, it doesn't. Jack feels like it's a solution to this, except it doesn't actually seem to work. Could not use Jack as a client. Alright, and I'm just closing a bunch of tabs over here just to get a better idea. Could not connect to Jack server as client. So setup. Input device. I'm looking for issues similar to one that I'm having. Alright, hold on. So there's supposedly a config file for Jack. So grep Jack. No config file for Jack. Yeah, I'm going to kill the music for now because even I'm just... like... Can't connect, not running or cannot be started, so I tell it to start. Does a whole bunch of things. And then hangs. It acquires the audio card. Can't read socket success. Ah, wonderful. Don't you love those? Oh, here we go. Verbose messages. That should actually help some. Right, so we get a no client startup message when we try to make that work. What else we got here to help? Xrun of... Well, that's Jack actually running. will you connect to it? Connection timed out. Cannot create new client. Chunk reader. It did say I should be in the audio group for this, so you know what? Let me put myself in the audio group. Yeah, Andrew, that's roughly what I'm trying to do, is do a virtual audio link between two VMs, and I am failing horribly at it. I'm almost wondering if I should just set up soft phones and try it through Asterix. But I want a less bullshit solution if I can manage it. Like, if I have to pipe it with FFmpeg, I will pipe it with FFmpeg. I really don't want to do that, but I can. Because in theory, I can plug this in and then just send it somewhere else. But I feel like in practice, that doesn't actually seem to work. PulseAudio, in theory, can do so, but it also seems to be having its own damn issues. All right, why don't we try... See, look, it actually lost these settings. Failed to commit config changes to dconf. Failed to execute dbus launch. So where's that command come from? Hey, look, another Ubuntu regression. Or Debian Ubuntu regression, because that, guess where I found the solution to this one? Alright, so did that update in real time? Like, do we have a receiver device now? No, but we do see the other machine, so... And I can also send it to RTMP multicast. See, if that actually works, then that would actually be representing much more closer to a radio frequency. So, I have no idea if multicast actually will work on this system. And I probably, this is not the place to start, but the idea of actually routing it all through bloody, I should say through bloody, but doing it through RTMP is actually, I have a notebook right here. I think I should write this down. I should actually write this down. Because I think I just, this is proven to be kind of useful. Not in the way I was expecting, but at least I think I'm making headway. I got my pen, so possibility using multicast to route frequency to route audio frequencies. See, the problem that I have is the radio is in the other room. I don't want to have the radio in here, especially because I'd have to run long feed lines to actually get it in here. So I want to be able to do full remote, but I'd also want to be able to do remote when I'm not even here. Like, and that also reminds me, I need to order... I'm actually just writing down these notes in my notebook. I bought a large five ring binder, not five subject thing, you know, one of those back to school sales. So I'm actually writing it down right now so I don't actually forget it. PA Pref can enable, disable, pulse audio, multicast, like, when I tried using Rocky Linux, I really felt like it was just even more broken than what I was coming from. And I don't know if that's fair or not, because realistically, I feel like no one ever uses these advanced features of the, you know. So I want to actually try this again. So direwolf, you're machine 1, right? Yeah, you are. So direwolf c direwolf conf. I'm assuming multicast will not actually work for the moment, so I'm not going to worry about that just yet. So that's going to test VM2. Now we look on the other one. And I can actually send it to RTMP multicast over there. That has kind of some interesting implications about it. Alright, so if I want to actually send the playback, I send it like that. You want to listen to your monitor, yeah. And then if I start direwolf up here... and I want you to listen to the monitor over here. That might feed back, or that might be correct. Let me see if I can send the packet. Well, I heard a packet go across. Did it decode? Interface control is up. So that's the packet being transmitted. You're going from here to here. Actually, you want to listen to that. Actually, yeah, I think that's all I actually need. Try that again. All right. Transmit. I heard it. So when it played back here. You're listening. Okay, so you actually need to listen to the monitor because I really feel like I'm playing with some really deep magic here. Hold on, I need to be able to see the volume bars when I hit transmit. Like, is this actually going anywhere over here? Input device, like... Yeah, see, I don't even see it going anywhere here. So where are you playing back to? So you come out over here. Okay, so I saw it right there. So it played right here on built-in stereo output. And you're listening to that. So did you actually hear a packet? You did not hear a packet. Was the volume too low? I saw built-in. There's a lot of playback devices here. Show applications. All streams. So also plug in. Like, does it have to be the bottom one for some reason? All right. Input devices. So is this... I now have that on the other screen just so I can actually see it. On output devices, we have... So it does show up here on built-in audio. How about we just have this record from there? I feel like this doesn't work. So that did, yeah, so it is blasting packets out. So where's this packet coming out? So it's coming out here on built-in analog stereo, but it's not showing up here on the other side where it is recording. So I think the easiest way then is I just set this to go to built-in audio here, and then you look at your own built-in monitor. Okay, I saw the bar move that time. And we do get a position report. So now can I get this to go the other way? I want you to go from here to there. And now, can we bleep a packet the other way? And I also just realized that the view has looked a little strange for the last bit. Hey, okay, look at that. We now have it working bidirectionally. It's a little iffy, but it does seem to... How's that looking? Yeah, that actually does... okay, so now we have packets going both ways from... So if I send a station message to no call... Hey, there we go. We have cross connections working. I mean, Bare Metal Tech TV, you're not wrong. That is essentially what I'm trying to do. And PEM 120. Okay, so cool. So these two can now talk to each other. I think the next step would actually be trying to run JNOS and actually bleeping some AX25 packets between the two. Because now I have basic, I can now basically just send basic data messages. APRS messages and basic position reports don't have higher requirements. I don't know if I can get keyboard to keyboard to work. Yeah, because the next step would be to use JNOS. Give me a moment. I gotta think about where I'm going with this next, because this is me more brainstorming out loud than anything else. I think the next thing to do is just to actually, I don't think we need to actually set up the full JNOS network stack, although I definitely think that's a thing I am going to have to do at some point. Alright. The reason I say that was not what I actually wanted to do. Can I go keyboard to keyboard? I'm assuming all these AX25 apps are actually intended, they're probably intended for the kernel AX25 stack. They're almost certainly not intended for the soft modem. I can see what's in them just to check. Well, you can't do SSH over long-range radio, at least not over amateur radio. You can use authentication, so you can use SSH encrypt none, which only does message hashing with the keys. Well, those are some really... Alright, so... AX25 call. You know, this looks like this is all for the kernel's AX25 stack. Yeah, that actually looks like that's all for the kernel's AX25 stack. Which... probably not what I'm ready to do just yet, because getting direwolf to work and getting the kernel AX25 stack is two very different things. In theory, I can connect the kernel stack to the direwolf soft modem and it will quote-unquote work. I've never looked at the rules for LoRa. The FCC is pretty strict about encryption on unlicensed bands, though. What I need is a client. I need a keyboard to keyboard client. Apparently Linpack. Is that not included anymore? Oh, it is. Okay. I have no idea how you actually get any of that to work. Oh, I see. So Linpack is for network 105. direwolf. So this is talking about the DigiPi project. Okay, so yeah, so this is another channel called KM6LYW. He has the DigiPi adapter with a Pi 0, but and he has kind of a neat they call it kind of neat for those who've never actually tried setting it up before. Trying to figure out how you get onto Lin. I think I need to use Kiss Attach. Because I think that would bring up the kernel AX25 stack, but I have no idea how you even use that thing. Like, I'm... Actually, probably setting up JNOS actually looks like it's not too bad. Because I just found a tutorial for it, which admittedly has a lot of pain points attached to it, but... Alright, let's... Alright, let's try making JNOS. Yeah, I wonder if I can get guest editions, because copy and paste would be, like, amazing. Can I just insert the CD? I don't remember if that just works. God, chat, I really feel like I've lost a part of myself. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I mean, this actually does look simple enough, because, like, this is a step-by-step guide to actually doing this. Okay. I think we now need to... Hey, there we go. Now I have guest editions. Do I have copy and paste? That would be the real magical thing right now. I'm assuming I still need to... Actually, you know what? Let me just reboot. With the caveat that that might break absolutely everything. Alright, well, we gotta wait for that. I mean, you don't need to worry. The honest fact is that transmission time is basically free. You don't need to worry about being slow as long as you can transmit more or less continuously. There is someone that's running a low-raw APRS node in the area, and I kind of want to hit it for that reason alone. Assuming I just really would need a radio and an Arduino. Alright, so it says to run direwolf T0/P direwolf.conf. Because that creates, yeah, that creates the KISS TNC for Janos. So... Okay, so copy and paste doesn't seem to work. Unless... Oh, yeah, I might have to enable that. Device, shared keyboard, bidirectional. Hey, there we go. So now I need to... attach ton, it needs to be device name or dev name. Well, it's okay, you know what, fine. Configure, make. All right, cool. Now we can make that. Because essentially this is a full network operating system. It's very similar to what I'd actually have to run on the Compact Portable to get it to work. I had it set up on the Pi 3 to some extent. All right. So install root directory. Sorry, I'm not commentating. I'm just... Why are you having so much pain and trouble? 777.r Janos. No. Right, so that talks about all the basics of just getting the Janos system running. God, I feel all my energy just kind of dropping out. All right, so now you need to create the tunnel interface. So ton control. All right, so that creates the tap interface, which means the I guess the section. I guess. All right. I guess this has to go here. Attach ASY PT. You're listening on 1 AX25 VHF 9. Of course, it's permission denied. Alright, I guess we just try it. Janos. One ifconfig not found. See, like I said, I did have this working quite a bit better in the past. It's just... Apparently it really does need, yeah, apparently it does actually want net tools, so it would have a real ifconfig. Or not. Like, does this want to run as root or something? Actually, no, it does look like they, So there is actually apparently another way to do it, was with the TNC attach command. Ethernet frames, do I have TNC attach? Yeah, so these apparently just attach them straight up as network interfaces. So why don't we try that? So sudo TNC attach. M300 no IPv6 4001-8.v.e. All right, and then it needs the port and baud rate. Why does it feel like the commands are just all incomplete? Port and baud rate. So if I look at the example command of what it actually uses, TNC attach. So it's actually T, host would be -H for localhost 8001. I'm following their own example command here, and I'm not getting anywhere. All right, so port. There are no branches. No, well, I guess that's all I actually needed. TNC interface configured as TNC001, and it did attach the application. So now that that's attached on that end, now I actually do have an allocation from RDAC, so I might as well use those IP addresses to actually try them. So let me log into the portal. Tickets, my domains, view my tickets. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where my profile, where my tickets, my account, my gateways. Which, of course, not. So on profile, where they show the list of networks you have. I'm not showing this because there's some information on here. I mean, there's nothing actually private here. I just... let's see here. Ticket, user requested network. View my tickets. There it is, my network. All right, so I have 44 61 15/28. So I think I have the top part of that address space. Which IP? Yeah, I want to make sure I just have the IPs correct for that. Subnet calculator for 15. Yeah, I have 15. Yeah, I have 15 IPs. I can use 1 through 14. So we go back to point to point. All right, so we have a 44net IP address there. So now we go over to this side, and we just basically do that again, but better. Oh, right, I didn't install guest editions on this one. Let me install guest edition so I can copy files over, or copy keyboard over. That's not what I want that to do. That's the opposite of what I want that to do. Really, opening a shell script with LibreOffice, yeah. Also, I realize you're not seeing that screen, so let me, let me just duplicate. So now we got that going. Let me just reboot this. One step at a time. That's really what it comes down to. One step at a time. I think we're going to successfully route some IP. Like, I do think we're going to actually generate some AX25 frames. Alright, so now we need to start direwolf up here with the, just as normal. Then I think we just need TNC attach. Alright, so that means now we just do this. TNC attach. All right, TNC interface attached here, which I think means we just need one more IF config, and then hypothetically we are routing packets. Well, okay, so both parts of the TNC are now up. So now that we've got it attached on both ends, so point-to-point link, attached interface on the other side, IPv4. So 6.1. Oh, chat, I hear packets. Okay, so that was not AX25 format packets. What happened? Yeah, like, did that even transmit over? I'm assuming not. Oh, it did actually transmit over. Transmit timing PTT too long. So it did actually transmit the packets over, but they didn't work as intended. Did it connect to the wrong port? 8001. Ethernet. So this doesn't actually use AX25. It just sends packets from point to point. Which is a bit unfortunate. That's a bit of a hack job. So TNC attached. TNC is attached here. We have the packet here. Like, if I attach verbose, something like, and now I try to ping it. So it is apparently trying to write something back and forth. Normally you can't do SSH, but... Oh, well. And actually, I probably shouldn't even... I mean, it does seem to be actually sending data back and forth. It just doesn't seem to actually do anything with that data. Like, does it even actually connect given enough time? Although I just noticed how low the MTU actually is. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep going, because 576, no, IPv6, IPv4, 44,000. I mean, it definitely looks like it's trying to send frames. Maybe we need E for the full frame. Well, that did something. It seems to be talking. Alright, I think I gotta turn that sound off because that's a really horrible sound. Okay, hold on. Let me fix the viewing issues. Yeah, it sounds like something can't talk to something. Because your send receive, what are you actually doing over here? Yeah, you're transmitting, but you're not actually seeming to get anywhere. Okay, so... Yeah, it definitely looks like it's... Looks like PulseAudio was trying to send stuff over that. Okay, that was a bit loud. Yeah, so it sounds like... It looks like PulseAudio tried to send a bunch of frames over that interface, and it completely... Because that looks like PulseAudio information being sent over the network. So that's probably random frames from Pulse being sent from point to point. TNC attached says it was going somewhere. I wonder if I have to have let's see here. Okay, so I think I see the problem. So I need to use -P, and then we just do... Like, if we try this... Alright, so that's writing frames. Where are you sending those frames? Alright. I think I gotta mute that audio because that is a little obnoxious. So that's going there. And you have frames coming out here. Okay. So if we now open direwolf, and you are open, oh yeah, look, it is actually receiving packets. All right, let me actually configure the link then. So, configure link. And we will see if it can successfully ping for this noise. I suspect it's got issues, more so than what we've actually seen. Okay, destination host unreachable. So do you consider this... Do you need like an up? So you're hearing it here. You're hearing it here. Okay, so where's the noise from direwolf actually going? Assuming you're even transmitting anything, which does not seem to be the case. All right, let's try that ping again. Just to see if, like... Yes, because it doesn't seem like direwolf is actually, So you're playing back to there. And you're recording from... Nope, I think that just made an audio loop. I think I got to mute my system audio because I'm hearing this and it's a little bit annoying to listen to. I'm hoping everyone in chat can still hear. No, I hope you're not hearing like constant audio noises. Let me check the chat in a moment as soon as I get. Oh, that's so much better. That is so much better. So dash H should point to the other VM. So it's the setup is that there's two machines, and I just realized that the second machine should be showing. Is it not? There's two VMs. They're talking to each other via a sound modem. I'm currently routing the audio through PulseAudio, which I don't know if is a good or bad thing. Just it seems to be the way to make it work right now. So I get destination host unreachable. I get a lot of I'm getting a lot of junk frames. I don't think I need a full Ethernet interface. I think that's part of the problem. So that's sending pings here, and you are monitor source. So are you actually hearing them now? So yeah, you should now be hearing them. And then playback. Okay, so now do I have two-way conversation? Because you two look like you're talking to each other. Yeah, like I can see pulse data getting transferred both sides. I don't know if that's pulse data that's going across the network though. Yeah, I don't think that's working. I am pretty sure that is not working at all. It was a nice try. So what else we got actually here? I'm currently reading more documentation on RAttach just to kind of get it working. Because this is talking about like using open modems, which yeah, is basically TNC, fully Ethernet combat device in Linux, more lightweight tolerant interfaces, supports R-Node and open modem. Let me just take a step back. Let me make sure I can just bounce basic frames before I try anything else. But I have that feeling I've hit some sort... I think this is the same sort of limitation I was running into before. Alright, so transmit. Transmit. So we received it there. Can I receive from here and get to go back the other way? Transmit from there. And we did not receive it here. So where did you go to? Direwolf. Yeah, you want to go there. Okay, so now we have transmission from there to here and other way around. So maybe there was something wrong with the way the radio setup was, the audio path was set up. Yeah, so they now hear each other just fine. So if we now try to TNC attach, and I TNC attach here, okay. Can we actually ping? Says we're getting 88 bytes. We're getting 88 bytes. Why don't I pull Wireshark out? I have that feeling that nothing's actually going to help here, but sure of setting up the actual AX25 interface, but well, we do. Hey, look, there's our actual pings. So why are you saying that? Are you just on the wrong IP address? No, you're on the right one. Are you on the wrong IP address? You are. You know what? Instead of just like flipping through a million IP addresses, oh, chat, look! A ping! There was an actual ping. There was but one ping. But yeah, chat, look, you can actually see the pings. So that tells me, I think there's an MTU issue somewhere. Like, why are the pings not going back the other way? Because source 1 to 2, and that got a ping reply. Chat. I'm not going to say it doesn't have issues, because it quite certainly has issues. But that is pinging. Very, very unreliably. I think, let's see here. What's the MTU on this side? Because I suspect the MTU might be too big. Okay, so hold on. Apparently the right MTU is 128. I mean, we see the pings going there and back. It's just not... Oh, wait, hold on. I think on this side also it would have to be... Yeah, like, it is seeing it here. It just doesn't seem to be actually sending it back. Yeah, I don't think this works correctly with direwolf. Address is too large because it keeps trying to decode it and it gets upset. It is possible the audio channel is degraded. See, this is why I was concerned that there would be problems with actually doing this. Because we are seeing the pings on this side. I mean, the count is actually going up. So maybe the problem is actually just getting the pings back on this side. Is direwolf hearing anything? Where's direwolf making its noise? Yeah, you're hearing that. You're playing that back. And you're hearing... Okay, so the packet comes out here, comes out playback. Let me have it go here. So you want to listen to built-in audio on KD2JRT. And to confirm, if I just Control-C that, does that actually stop? So apparently a lot of packets get queued up like that. Okay. So that clears the link. So we now attach the TNC. Now we attach the MTU on Well, that got some pings across. Okay, so now we have pings going. You're decoding. You're transmitting. I wonder if this has to be full duplex. Technically, this is a full duplex link. I don't know if AX25 actually requires that. I assume maybe it does. Okay, so now we have pings coming out. Someone's pinging and someone's getting a ping reply. So it's not receiving any packets there. Yeah, this is a very fiddly setup. This is definitely not the way I want to do this in the future. Yeah, I am... This is a back to the drawing board one. Even if I had this working, it would still prove to be very fiddly. So I think routing audio for Pulse is definitely not a thing that's going to work. Just gotta make sure I have all... Let me just see if I can find an audio path where it's actually, like, happy. So you're going there, you're going there. Mod or source... Something is still sending pings, and I can't find... Oh, that's what's sending pings. All right, so now we have pings being seen here. We are receiving pings. We're not sending pings back. 1 to 2. So that means our playback from here, which goes there... Yeah, you need to go there. Oh, chat, look. Pings. Hey, chat, that's actually working now. It's not working well, but it is working. That is bizarre behavior, though. Look how it, like, groups them all up. And I also don't hear loud squelching noises anymore, which tells me all the audio connections are largely correct. So let me make sure you can actually see the pings on screen. Gotta fix my scenes. So chat, yeah, that's the ping. That's pings being sent across the net, being sent over an audio channel. That is not fast. We are talking 8 seconds to send a ping. It might have some buffering. Wow. All right. Then remember, it's only 1200 baud. The MTU is 128. This is not a high-speed link. This is quite the opposite of a high-speed link. Can we actually download a web page? Like, chat, it's sending TCP commands. Oh my God. Look at the glacier. Look at it go. Chat, that is beautiful. $50 bytes per second. 50 bytes per second. I think we gotta run TT. 50 bytes per second. In 11 seconds. Let's put an actual file there, like, TNC attach var ww. Chat, we can hit the Floppa, I've been tempted to install Linux over this connection. The thing is, I've got the turbo button. I can go to 9600 baud. But I want to see how slow TCP/IP is at this speed. This is going to be amusing. Begin the download. This is how Bond movies actually work. Chat, look at all the transmissions and duplicates. 6 minutes. Am I still in half duplex mode, or is it full duplex? Chat, I'm impressed and kind of terrified. I think this needs a clip. I can literally hear each packet being transmitted. 1200 baud. I'm actually curious if it will download. I appreciate the actual glacier I'm watching here. Because when we add radio to this gets less reliable. So is this actually half duplex or full duplex? Like, I can't remember if I actually changed the thing. So it might actually need full duplex. I'm going to have to test that. But I want to see if it'll actually download this file. And I'm even going to give you download noises. Chat, listen to the download noises. TCP IP was first used over amateur radio 2 years before ARPANET switched over from network control protocol. So technically speaking, the modern internet started on amateur radio. That being said, I have never run it at this low of a speed, so I'm kind of impressed. Oh, something quit. Chat, listen to those retransmits. I want to test if it works on half duplex, but I also want to see how long it actually takes to download this flippin' thing. This is funny to me. Alright, I'll be back. Here it's still downloading. Well, 7, this is essentially the same technology as a Commodore tape drive. This is literally the same things. You could transmit Commodore programs over radio, and the computer will boot. It works the same way. Look, chat, actual retransmissions. I mean, you can literally hear the packets. I mean, look at that. Length 128. Oh god, chat. Look at it. The it has to ACK every packet. But with an MTU of 128. You could send an email. Andrew, what's probably happening is that it errors out, it waits for the connection to go quiet, and then reconnects. It should resume here in a moment. And if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And if you really enjoyed this content, consider supporting the channel with Patreon. Oh, chat, I think it may have broke. Oh, nope, nope, there it goes. The angry tones have resumed. I mean, this is aggressively angry. Honestly, I'm tempted to, like, load links up. Yep, and then it stalls out because... Oh, it actually disconnected. God, it's already gotten 7 favorites on Fetty. This is silly. I think the description's more... Yeah, I mean, you can literally hear... Look, it's the sounds of the internet. You know how you sometimes hear the sounds of the planet when you go to certain places? This is what the internet actually sounds like. This is GGAT. This is quite possibly the stupidest thing I've done in a while. After this, we're going to try 300, 24K, 2,496 K baud. I don't know if 96,000 baud will work. 1,200 is generally the maximum you can manage with the human audible range of hearing. 9,600 past that point requires tones that may not actually get captured, so I don't know if it will work. 2,400 will probably work. Man, it really knows how to leave us hanging at 99%. You just gotta wait for the packet to... You just gotta wait for the timeout, chat. Did it die? I hear the other radio now making packet noises. Oh. Nice. Okay, that actually worked. That actually amuses me. I think we should we go faster or slower, chat? Chat, I'm going to let you decide what we test next. I think there's other options. I think there's also a 48K. So... Alright, so I want to write some handwriting. I'm going to write some notes for myself on this because this has been good learning experience. Assuming I can find where I put my pen. I am in full duplex. I do need to see if this will work with half duplex. But we can try that 300 because, well, technically speaking, I'm not sure how that feature actually works. Although, like I said, I need 2 radios for full duplex operation. I need a transceiver and a receiver. Hell, I need 2 antennas for that to work because you can't use a antenna while you're transmitting on it. Chat, you've kind of equally split the vote here. Sorry, I am actually... Alright. I guess we're going to try it... Screw it. I guess we're going to try it at 300 baud. Just because I kind of wanted to see how slow it's going to be at 300 baud. It's going to be slow. It's going to be really slow. So, I do want to actually turn that on. So, let's try 300. Obviously, it should work. I actually just want to see it work. I'm actually curious if it'll have more or less retransmits with that. And I also want to see if I switch that option. And we'll also hear the tones change. Because in and of itself, TNC attach is not 100% legal. They have the ident options that do make it legal. But I rather run full AX25 frames if I'm really going to go down that. And figuring out how to do that is a little easier said than done. But this is a very useful diagnostic tool. Okay, so that one's set. That one's set. 300. 300 baud. Alright, can we ping? Oh, chat, listen to that music. Oh, God, that is a sound. Assuming your IP address on this side just isn't right. Yeah, see, you don't even have... Yeah, you don't have that attached. I think it's conversing. Do we have pings? Do you not see the TNC device? Yeah, it's there. Okay. Okay, I guess I just got to restart Wireshark. Okay, there's pings, and do we have ping reply? So we have no ping reply over here. So why don't we have ping reply? So destination 1, MTU is good on this side. We're pinging on that side. So we're just getting no ping reply. You know what I just realized it is? I think there's multiple audio devices because there's multiple network interfaces. Like, are you actually decoding anything? Like, alright, so why are you not... We definitely hear packets trying to be transmitted. Interface. Alright, so what's going on over here in the other one? So we see plenty of ping echo, ping reply. Escaped, transmitted. So where are you actually trying to send the packets to? So you're trying to send them there, and you are listening for them there. So now we have packets going out, packets coming in. And we look over here on the other VM. It is a, yeah, this isn't too fiddly set up for this to actually be practical, like, for anything. Because the, you know, like the audio stops working and then it just basically breaks entirely. Yeah, because you have packets going out, but you're not actually sending audio anywhere. You have audio coming in. You know what? Maybe I should just try using RTP multicast. It might just work. Because, yeah, you know, I'm just going to try it in sort of a YOLO sort of way, because I'm not optimistic about it, but... Well, that seems to have actually done something. Like, yeah, that looks like TCP IP packets. You're not replying. Alright, I'm going to give it one more try, and if I can't get it going again, I think I'll call it there. This setup is definitely too wobbly to actually be usable in the real... Be usable for the things that I want to, but at least it's given me some idea of where to go from here. Oh, wait, hold on. I just saw something that needs to be changed. This needs to be at 300. Because the TNC speed has, in fact, changed. It's not running at that speed anymore. Yeah, that would have an effect on it. I mean, I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but I also don't want to rule it out. Alright, can I ping? It's easier to ping from this side. Alright, so those are pings going out. So output device. We are transmitting onto multicast. Are we receiving that anywhere? Yeah, it does look like we are actually receiving it. Yeah, audio level. So it is being received. $800 bytes to the interface. The dash B argument. To which command was the dash B argument? Sorry, I'm a little bit scatterbrained right now. So we are receiving packets. We're just not transmitting any packets. I wonder. I'm just testing an idea here. I suspect this isn't going to work. Yeah, so I want to record that, and I want my playback for this. I think what it would need to be is 2 separate RDP streams, and then, yeah, you go over there. And then... because you're not decoding packets. You know, I really do think it needs to be, I think it needs to be full duplex. That is a bit of a problem. Like, does the protocol, if the protocol actually requires full duplex, I'm kind of screwed. I just realized a lot of people really want to see 96 baud, but I guess we'll do that as soon as I figure out... Okay, so that's sending frames. Alright, so now this is receiving. And now it's writing frames back out. So that's the ping replies going back out. And I see the transmits. Are you actually going anywhere? So yeah, the audio is not going back the other way because, of course, it's not. I was hoping to be able to do this. Like, if you'd listen to RTMP monitoring source, like, does that work? I'm assuming it would have to be 2 separate RTMP sources for that to actually, you know, work. Because we're now sending it here. Playback. Of course, there's no actual noise coming out. Like, direwolf should be making noise. And it's not. So the problem's on the other end because the other end's not receiving. I just want to see what we're actually sending, receiving. So yeah, we send the ping. The ping would come out as a playback here. And yet it doesn't, no matter what I end up doing. Are you still half duplex or something? Like, did I edit the wrong file or something? No, you're good there. All right, I got it to work once, and then it was apparently all it was going to work. Unless I can... Yeah, alright. So I think using RTMP multicast is not going to work, so... With that being said, alright, so... Oh, now I hear noises. Are you actually now getting decodes? Like, I moved that thing, and now you start making... Okay, now I see her. So now recording... You want to be recording... Here? Maybe? I'm... yeah. Alright. So those two agree. So it's really only the playback in the other direction that's having problems. And if I set that there, I set that there. I almost wonder if the baud rate is so low it can't even successfully transmit a frame back. Like, that might actually be the problem. And I just realized if that is in fact the case, then I think I gotta make... Yeah, I think we gotta make a slight change to how the configs work. Alright, so now that's decoding just fine. Yeah, I had it working briefly and then it stopped. I'm gonna make this. Yeah, let me see if that little change to the timing line, because I remember with dealing with the one or two times I've ever done this on actual HF, I had to do some weird things with the modem lines, so alright. They now both exist. We can now attach a TNC. We get the packet. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's actually making any audio. Because it writes back here, and I can see that after we config the update the config. But it never actually tries to decode it, which makes me want. Let's try going back up to 1200. I just want to see. All right, so that's a packet coming out. It's a packet going in. And still roughly the same result. So playback here ends up there. So let me try modder source. Yeah, I think part of this, though, is largely due to the fact that I think networking in Pulse is just kind of foobarred. I should be able to use other keys, but I can't even get it to work here. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. I think this is the utility I was missing. PA prefs. Discoverable. So now, do I have new output devices that basically... Or do I have to reboot? I'm assuming I have to reboot. Yeah, alright, screw it. We're just gonna reboot. If I can't get this going in the next 20 minutes, I'll call it for tonight. Because at least I really am going to have to think about this. About where it goes from here. Okay, so I guess you're not supposed to actually run that as root, but that's fine. All right, so direwolf, see direwolf.conf. And I just realized that now that we've done that reboot, there's a good chance I've lost all my commands. 176. $248. Alright, so now we have direwolf. It's just going to play back into its own little stream. And it's going to listen to the modder source on that one. And then over here, you're going to listen to... yeah, actually, that's exactly what I want it to listen to. You listen to that one there. Well, wrong entry, but where is direwolf? Yeah, direwolf. You're going to go there. And then when you just want to record from there. All right. So is that actually, like, is there a chance that that all just kind of worked? All right, so that's got stuff going to the frame. It's coming back. We got frames coming out. You send it to the TNC. And you're both transmitting and receiving. You're not hearing anything. So what are you actually listening to? So I'm pinging and nothing's happening. We're not generating any packets. Okay, now we have packets going out. We have packets coming in. Do we have a ping reply? I think that's working now. Because that's monitoring there. You're transmitting to where? It is getting a little laggy. Yeah, see, I think the problem is that we're actually listening to ourselves in some places. Because this is remarkably unreliable. I would have to actually decode this to see what the ping is. So it writes the interface, the playback. So what are you actually recording from? So you're recording from there. Still no pings, although it definitely seems to be trying. Recording monitor of... Test VM2. You're outputting to RTMP multicast. I have that feeling that RTMP multicast is just not working, although it was working earlier. Because, of course, this is just basically how it all goes. I'm assuming that's completely broken now. Because it probably... Oh, no, that actually is hearing stuff. So you're playing back. You're playing back there. So you just need to record... I am just like... Can I just record it right from that monitor source? Because it feels like this is where the problem is, and yet everything I try to do doesn't seem to make it any better. It just makes it worse. Like, if I disable the TNC control... And let me just figure out if I can get X-Aster to work, but... I mean, I've already got my victory. I don't know why I'm, like, trying to go all that much crazier for it. Alright, so recording. You want to listen to... Not that. You're playing back... Yeah, see, like, it's not even routing audio anymore, which tells me, like, the whole pulsing is just busted, is really the feeling I'm going with. I think using FFmpeg is a better call here, but at least I've learned something. So I think I'm going to call it here. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I'd like to eat something, maybe exercise. So I'll catch you all a bit later. This has been interesting, if nothing else. This is your host, N Commander, signing out. Catch you all a little later. Yeah, I will definitely get it working better. This was my first go at it, and I'm definitely going to do this over radio. I need to think about where I go next, because PulseAudio was kind of my first and last plan. If I actually have to make multicast work, which I'm sort of thinking is the right solution, because what I'm thinking is I have a multicast transmit and receive frequency, and then I route the I'd have to do IGMP for that. And strictly speaking, I might not need to do that over multicast, but I have to figure out how to get RDP to do stuff. So I really want to take a shower. I think I want to eat something, and then maybe I'll even throw the stream up later today. So yeah, I'm calling it here. If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content,